southwest. What, if anything, is situated there?
Residence,
Okay. Is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle in the street also was damaged by gunfire.
All right. Where were these shell casings? Excuse me. Where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located when you arrived?
The shell casings were
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. All right, I think we got it.
so the
No, we didn't.
ESPN Bet.
It may be mine. I project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction for the court.
I can hear. If somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear, y'all just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. And so it'll be pretty loud in mine. All right. So you can continue with your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
please.
Okay. All right. You described a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home
Okay.
and inside the driveway of the residence.
All right. When you arrived to the location, was it nighttime or daytime?
It was early morning. Sun was not up. It was night.
What was the weather condition?
You know your bus passed
Clear.
already.
Okay. Was there anyone outside
Yes,
preliminarily
you do.
when you arrived to that location?
You know every day what
Outside
time
the
your bus
street,
passed.
no, nothing.
Every day.
What was the atmosphere like? Was there? Can you describe the
That's
atmosphere?
before they drop you to the school. Let them know he ain't
When
got
I
to sign
arrived,
you.
it was very still. You could tell that something had
I
happened.
need to get ready. I have somewhere to go.
Approached the house. If I remember correctly, the front door was open, but it's like a steel security gate was closed, and there's a gentleman standing in the steel security gate.
Before I move to what you just said, I want to go back to something you said earlier. You also indicated that there were damage to vehicles that you saw preliminarily when you arrived. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How many vehicles do you recall at this time being affected by the defects?
3.
Okay. Do you recall the make and models of said vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those vehicles were, make and model?
It was a red Infiniti. I believe that was in the driveway. It was a blue Dodge Charger. I believe that was also in the driveway, and a blue Chrysler Pacifica parked on the street.
Was the Chrysler in the street?
I believe it was on the street.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure. 10 years ago.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your recollection at this point?
I can go to my report if we have a moment.
Yes, if you would just give me a brief moment. Your Honor, I am going to approach the defense with your permission, of course.
You may.
All right. Take a copy of the Now approaching the witness, Your Honor. Take a look at this. Clean copy. I'm going to take this one.
Appreciate it.
Take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue.
about to move this live try watch, but I got my clothes on my robe. Let me tell my name. Let me see. Hopefully tight enough.
All right.
Yes,
Has your memory
I gotta
has
get
your
more.
memory been
Get
refreshed?
away.
Yes.
All right.
So I
Can
need to
you now
move this.
respond to the question that was posed?
Let me do 15 one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge, excuse me, where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Whoa.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the tag numbers associated with said vehicle?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
Let's get out of here. Move this over.
Okay. So the Chrysler Pacifica with Georgia plate Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Yeah, you ain't gotta get down, Daddy. Just drop them.
Red Infinity is going to be a Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay, all right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles, do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes, the Red Infinity had defects and damage to the front hood and the front windshield. The Blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicle?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after finished with this particular location?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage
All right.
to the home.
Y'all gonna watch that. Y'all chime in, keep each other interested as shit. I'm about to get
Yes.
ready.
Okay.
I have my
Any
own court
damage
date.
to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8, Kappa, Your Honor. And I am showing the defense, that is, what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 8, Kappa. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, with State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa.
You may
All right.
freely approach the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you are now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I've handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay. And is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28th, 2015?
yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your ruling.
It's admitted and
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, prior to publishing State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing State's Exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa. And I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor of evidence.
it's working. It just takes a second.
Sure thing.
I don't know. The witness, can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay, all right, that one's working. Okay, Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in State's Exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa?
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay, and when you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes.
All right. And when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And I am just going to use this clicker so that it can use transition. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 6 Kappa Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And I would ask, transition to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 7 Kappa Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave. House with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or describe better yet, the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay. I have a pointer. It's working. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay. When you say driveway,
So right about, yeah, right about there where your pointer is.
and when you say in the street, as it relates to the shell casing, are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all
Go
right.
on.
I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence. Just a brief overview. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to didn't see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived.
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not that I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene of the incident?
About 32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said the last one you stated?
7.62.
7.62. Okay. Do you have training or experience firing a rifle?
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, does a rifle require one or two hands to hold?
2.
Okay. In your training and experience as one who has fired a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. All right. Senior active, 80 active, you can pull down 8KK for a brief moment. All right. When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, which is reference to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw in the cars or in the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet effects of residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're going to have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by
Yes.
the bullet, or it's microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was that was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase, Ron.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to? Is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I don't understand
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
that. No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Famerica brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not
I'm
been.
going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is the course of an active investigation, and this is the effect on the listener. What will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing. All right. I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Famerica on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did he have any value to you when you saw that name?
Famerica at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
Can you lay the foundation?
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions now. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. Sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me. I'm going to object to that testimony again and ask it to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I would ask that answer be struck.
Overruled.
Okay. You can continue with your answer if you had any.
That was it.
Okay. All right. And with that particular background in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you responded?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. And your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training in that?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation that's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Okay. All right. Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay. But have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015, let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Famerica have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their.
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicator that you described, language, Famerica,
Yes.
what, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
Spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
The victim, Denise Renee Bell.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes,
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male at the
Yes.
front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
he looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes,
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
she was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes, her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No,
Did you ever ask?
no,
Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
no.
Okay. Where do you recall where he may have gone?
No. He's gone.
And do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
The answer's nobody knew anyway. so. Sustained.
Your Honor, yeah, this one?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this Fan America shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the Fan America shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Fairly familiar.
All right. And how are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Bankhead, Donaldly Hollow Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street, when it's in operation.
Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night was open.
Okay. And how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28, 2015, the early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing directed patrol over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that directed patrol team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come in?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial, maybe about 3 or 4.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes,
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who is, I'll rephrase the question. Actually, we'll just start the question. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Crucial?
Objection, relevance.
Very relevant, huh?
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get that technology.
No problem.
It's now coming on the screen, States Exhibit 2 Tango. Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's edification, they were admitted through Officer Clinton Hayes. Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango, and you're now seeing it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
Yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango. All right. What are we looking at here at States 3 Tango?
That's Crucial.
All right. Do you see the red stripe that you saw on the last exhibit?
No.
Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
Yes.
And were those security gates there in 2015?
No.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes.
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
No.
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
No.
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit? Or,
Yes.
all right. And based on your training experience, why would marks like that be on the ground?
Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I object.
Overruled.
Tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay. Is that what that looks like to you? A donut?
Yes.
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
Yes.
I'm showing you the final a state's exhibit that will be published from this category of state's exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in state's exhibit 6 Tango?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay. And what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele. About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Adele Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial sits in?
Crucial.
Overruled.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 Adele. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s, late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside of the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? Would you have included that in your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right, I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back up at the. I'm gonna ask you a different question. That I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No.
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn if there was anyone else did you see anyone else in the home while you were there?
Yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe?
From the start, when I got there was 6.
All right. Okay. So, do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
All right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zaranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appeared to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but, I believe, 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that you made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained. Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
The male in the Fan America shirt, he was no longer at the location.
Is that, so you, earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home there, at that time?
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you spoke with anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old does she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Okay. Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
All right. I want to talk about your activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
Okay. And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastered?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when that those older bullet defects were present at when they got there?
Yes. Well, I did premise.
Personal knowledge. Personal.
Oh, no, no.
Okay. Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go report, Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact with you?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
It is, in fact, the presence of suppression, and it is also going to be an effect on the listening.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I am saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to a present sense impression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come up to the bench? conferences quickly, and it's a good time for break anyway. And officer, you're welcome to step outside for just a few minutes. All right, I don't know, maybe we need to take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate? And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
Yes, it should be. 1 through 4, JJ. Yes. Yes. And Your Honor, may I ask the clerk to, for the pin site related to that case, if I would do it, Your Honor?
did you say 370 Georgia 757?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And I don't know, was there a pinpoint site?
I'm in Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he will say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed, nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster my belief or the state's expectation and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step back out? I sort of gave you that instruction as though it was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that. So 370 Georgia 757 and nothing's coming up. Georgia appeals, that makes a difference. Okay, sorry. So do you have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I want to confirm that before I stick that in.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the exception. I guess we'll see what he says, but.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
when the court has an opportunity, what I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proffer of what the witness would say. The Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that goes with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's a proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous, the witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that they have to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without a proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event, and the statement to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out. Is there any indication in this Brantley case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
I'm looking.
They have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see it, Judge.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
if I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the call for services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and the call.
Uh-huh.
And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pitts arrived at 4:08.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is? And you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to get a proffer as to what I expect that outside of the court?
No, our position would be bring the witness in. Let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
Ron, you want him on stand for that question?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
if he knows.
All right. Officer Pitts, it's a little different. It's not a couple people sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr. Anthony Travis? Was it hours or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Okay.
Don't want to ask him anything about that?
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I stay here, Judge, and if I speak to the
You
microphone?
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes.
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
Yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis, or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
All right. Thank you. You can step back outside. All right. My ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes. Thank you. One of my esteemed colleagues from across the aisle here, I believe that he is here as a representative from one of our communities. And I haven't spoken with him, so I know. All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but.
Everybody thinks I'm dead.
Okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
No, make a mistake. That's fine. That's one from the record. I'm representing Mr. Zachary, and I understand he was picked up on material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's got sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusion. He's in a hospital, or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in Fulton County Jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been 10 out of the hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
If not, he won't live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway,
I'll wait. It's what it is.
no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Scheib about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference. But I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench. So just don't record this, please. And you're not supposed to.
Yeah, I'm about to go to court.
Did you just find it after I said, is there anything else before we get the jury in? Okay, give it to me really fast.
364 Georgia App 518 Grimes versus the state. It's 2022 case.
So, Ms. Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown.
Sorry?
You call me Ms. Brown.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it.
I'll take it.
What's your name?
Seth. 88 Seth.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown? No, I didn't. I said Mr. Brown.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry.
slide my words into each
Oh, I'm
other
sorry.
sometimes. So. Okay. Thank you. You can be seated.
Case. Who's talking about? We see.
Well, I'll try to look at it on the fly here and,
What was that pen site, since we can look at it?
Hmm?
That pen site that he provided the board?
I don't know. Is there a pin site? Sorry, y'all. I thought we were ready, but of course, after I say bring the jury, we have some more. Oh, wait, here's some more. Thank you. Had a chance to take a look, to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Your Honor, the state's position hasn't changed much. This doesn't seem to act where the state stood as it relates to tonight's break. Additionally, I'll just say, Judge, while contemporaneity is understood to be, in fact, a part of the analysis, a reference to a citation from Carlson's Rules on Evidence further advises that precise contemporaneity, though it's not required.
We know that already, so that doesn't shed any additional light on the subject. All right, why don't you just ask the leading questions and focusing on what matters with regard to this exception, and I'll see how it comes out.
Welcome back, Officer Pitts.
Hello.
All right. Before the break, you indicated that you spoke with an Anthony Travis. Do you recall that statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you spoke with him about?
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was a
This subject matter, not what he said.
The subject matter, without saying what he said.
he witnessed the shooting occur.
All right. Did he describe, if at all, if he saw the person who conducted the shooting?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to, from that conversation with Mr. Travis, were you able to make out a description of what the person he saw without saying what he said?
So what I want you to focus on is what would make a difference with regard to this exception. Time and.
I'll withdraw that question and ask it different. What did he describe that he saw? Hold, one second. How long after you arrived to the scene of the incident did you interact with? How long after you arrived to the scene of the shooting did you interact with Mr. Travis? How long after?
About 15, 20 minutes.
And did he give you details about what he saw regarding the shooting that took place prior to your arrival?
He did.
And without saying what Mr. Travis said, was Mr. Travis able to describe what the shooter did?
He was, yes.
Okay. All right. Was he able to describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shooting?
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated with it?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay. I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory has been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right. So, what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise?
21st, 1956.
Based on that date, would she have been in her mid to late 20s at 2015?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Miss, refreshing my memory, Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis, or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zeranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. The shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier, did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me, if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
And around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
No, at this time, say that.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
Hello. Good morning.
There we go. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that individual as a black male.
That's correct.
Short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range, or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes,
Can I approach you 410 wide and 410
you may freely approach the witness, yes.
Thank you. Could you look at 410 wide?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of any of those individuals, but do you see the individual wearing, do you see a date on that post?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I don't know what,
I'm sure
It
my
is,
client
so.
doesn't match the description.
okay, that was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I would ask that we approach line.
All right.
Thank you. 410 wide and 413 wide. Could you look at 410 wide? Do you see a gentleman in a plaid maroon and black and white shirt?
Yes.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in
Your
that
Honor,
picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we had on objection. I'll ask for a continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No.
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you're referring to in your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
Yes,
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
that's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, may I just publish? And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Do any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness? All right, does the state have redirect?
Yes. Your
Mic
Honor.
back on, all right.
Allow.
All right, I'll give them just a second. And then you may do your redirect. And when you asked to publish, I actually thought you were going to publish it electronically because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but it does take a little bit longer
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy available.
of this. Okay, it's fine. And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
I am now collecting, Your Honor,
All right.
state exhibits for 13 line. I am starting with State's Exhibit 413. And 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
The date says 4.
I want to ask you, Your Honor, I asked that you answer the question. Yes, sir, go ahead.
It's timestamped, yes.
Okay. Do you know that if that was the date that the picture was taken or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's time stamped 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun that had a banana clip.
Okay. All right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
No. My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
No.
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as State's Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontavious Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
No, I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of a banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
What kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Shard, any recross? All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Can all of the attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please? Thank you.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police at the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5 crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
You remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched through the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime Scene Tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they're given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence you take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing of shell cases?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the print, kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record.
A record or report?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one. Photo Lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was, or around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question, was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone, or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
All right. Is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with relevant remarks. What would refresh your recollection?
If I looked over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Okay, there were 223s and actual 7.62 by 3.9, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 11 capital to 138 capital.
All right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you've done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done. chance to review those exhibits?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish subject to your review.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11 Kappa Kappa, and crime scene Turner, you will see a populating screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime scene Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residence from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, turning now to state's exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to state's exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And do you know, did you mark or notate this same vehicle's presence in your report?
Yes.
And do you know what type of vehicle this is based on this picture?
I think that's a Chrysler Pacifica.
Turning your attention to state's exhibit 41 Kappa Kappa. Is this another view of the same vehicle that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes, that's just a photo of the front of the vehicle.
And why did you take photos of this vehicle?
Because it had damages to it.
Okay, what type of damages did you observe at that time?
It had gunshot damages.
Showing you now state's exhibit 32 Kappa Kappa. From what angle of the vehicle was this photo taken?
That was just showing the driver's side and also the yard. You're just showing the driver's side and the yard of Adale Avenue.
Now showing you state's exhibit 30 Kappa Kappa. What is that mark that appears to be on the vehicle right where the cursor is circling about? Where the cursor is pointing to just below.
That's a gunshot that's the rear driver's side quarter panel.
And to your recollection, do you recall about how many defects or gunshots to this vehicle you took pictures of?
Not to be exact.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, and I am again moving the cursor where it's dragging to this area. You see there where I'm encircling. Do you see that?
Yes,
Why would you have taken a photo of this particular area?
because there also is a damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, you see that cursor?
Mhm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually, I'll go to those. Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 17, Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes,
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, okay. Showing you now State's Exhibit 19, Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, four quarters of it?
yes, just a different angle.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 23, Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24, Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25, Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is tempering for? There we go.
Yes.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33, Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infinity was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36, Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38, Kappa Kappa. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39, Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking of the vehicle, and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 42, Kappa. Why did you take this photo?
It's the front of the residence.
And but why would you have taken this photo?
We like to show that that this is the actual the photo of the residence is actually where majority of the damage is actually happening at.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 43, Kappa. Why, what is the purpose of this photo that you took?
It shows that the front window of the residence had multiple gunshot damages to the window.
On this photo alone, from this viewpoint, are you able to describe or count how many gunshot defects you see in this window?
No.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 44, Kappa. Using this photo, is this the same window that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And from this, can you count for the jury how many defects you see to this front window here?
1, 2, 3. It looks like about 3.
Utilizing State's Exhibit 44, Kappa. How many defects do you see?
And on this one is 2.
Do you see? You see the cursor?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a defect?
Okay, it disappeared.
Still right there. Cursor. All the way at the bottom.
It's not on mine, but
Oh.
yeah, but that'll be 3.
Okay. All right. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Captain?
That's one defect.
I'm sorry?
It's just one gunshot.
Okay. Is this a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Captain. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Your Honor, these are separate photos and they're all, I've actually truncated this considerably, so.
Okay, well, get it.
It's not gonna be long.
Let's move through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 49, Captain, is this yet another view over, a different angle of a similar view of the placards?
Yes.
Okay, again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started, with the placards?
Yes.
And that is State's Exhibit 51, Captain. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 53, Kappa. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 52, Kappa. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative waste of time.
All right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please, utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure,
incident.
I am
Beyond
going
that,
to,
move on. Go ahead.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to States Exhibit 67, capital, capital. All right, here we have States Exhibit, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
They was 223s.
Right, showing you States Exhibit 68, capital, capital. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you States Exhibit 69, capital, capital. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 70, capital, capital. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
What does the shell casing placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you States Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell casing?
Yes.
All right. And did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to transition your attention to States Exhibit 101, capital, capital. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I at the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing States Exhibit 114, capital, capital, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they, is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Okay. Why would you have taken this photo in States Exhibit 102, capital, capital?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Showing you States Exhibit 118, capital, capital. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes.
All right. How many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you States Exhibit 103, capital, capital. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
It's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right. Is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes.
All right. Showing you States Exhibit 108, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
There's also a defect in the wall near the, I guess this horn on the wall.
Showing you States Exhibit 105, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
Yes.
Were there defects downstairs?
Yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turning your attention to States Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes.
And that is 110, capital, capital. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
That's 3.
I am turning your attention now to States Exhibit 113, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
All right. And is that defect where the state's cursor is pointing?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 122, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
Yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 124, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 125, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes.
All right, is that defect where the state's cursor is moving?
Yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, well, excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does APD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell kits and evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and black powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value to you?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you concluded?
The shell cases was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you prepare one for this case?
Yes.
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence log?
Yes.
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown in today?
Yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you. It is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes.
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you offered?
Yes.
Has it been changed in any way?
No.
Has it, does it accurately, fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you offered it?
Yes.
And does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
Yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's 10 capital.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and everything. It's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. He did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained there. What is the crime scene date listed on that report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was present, first responder?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah,
number?
what is a crime scene number or identified?
Well, crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report, and I just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes.
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
That's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Laura. All right, we're gonna need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available, or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, sending word to have to come over, and she is, she felt.
Okay,
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting the correspondence, she was collecting all of the correspondence she had, but you had it ready to get it to the court now too as well.
okay.
And so if we can address at lunch as soon as she gets here, everything
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
Yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We were combining them as a go because the court just declined to receive them electronically.
So y'all gave them to me electronically, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the court.
Well, you say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week was every email just in one combined email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations and combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to clean that.
Well, that's. And I would like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Going on, man? Shoot, good. That's easy now. You done do your work? Yeah, man. Well, I don't know it. You gotta go bring it to him. I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't know it. Bring it there. I don't know it. The first thing was the foot of the phone. Better go put some shoes on. Leave that alone. Come on. Come on. Come on, go back. Hungry? Wanna eat? You want cereal? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. got it. Look it right here. Look it right here. Shoot. Go back. Hold up. Come on.
Oh.
Wash that away.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
Raise your right hand. Swear first testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your name. Have your fifth name loud for course.
All right.
First and last, and spell.
All right. Officer Hill, Sean Sean, last name is Hill, Hill.
Good afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years.
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into wanted to do law enforcement after I got out of the military.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out and he recruited me to the department.
What did you do in the Marine Corps? Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly review it. We don't.
Yes, Your Honor.
As relevant to his position as a police officer now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask a more pertinent question,
All right.
Your Honor, in relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was a communication operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
Before you open the top, come on. Come on. Come on.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location?
It's off of Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway.
What's the address on Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway?
It's 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working that night?
Maybe like a couple hundred yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day?
Yes, sir. I was working that day, and my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner, or were you working your single patrol car?
Just solo.
Okay. Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call, and I think a fight call at Club Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in at.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway through your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually when we have incidents that happen at Crucial, they carry over into the neighborhoods. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired in the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, let me ask you this. That night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you were working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1,
Mm-hmm.
they would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes.
Now, what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area, nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that morning?
Because
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
It's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And I wanted to, or let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was...
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but.
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment, if you remember?
I don't remember that at that moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her for the call. Her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were. And we was like in the living room area of by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or...
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. Now, Officer Hill, if you can, do me a favor and flip through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. And when you're done, just look up at me.
Yes, sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casings that we recovered from the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate of the photographs and the scene that you responded to on April 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence States Exhibits 3 through 64, Lima.
They're admitted without.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12, Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish States Exhibit 3, Lima first. Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And turning to 4 Lima, is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima. Or I'll take a step back. When you had first mentioned her back porch, what was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me in the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went.
I'm going to walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill. And
Okay.
Publishing 7 Lima, can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's towards the bottom of the door or glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when it made entry through the door or the glass, it went directly to the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm gonna publish 9 Lima. Is 9 Lima? Is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima. Can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
And 11 Lima. Where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
Direct my mouse, or you tell me, you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen, though.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Miss Battle, I walked outside where her balcony was at and just cased the area. And that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, once after you looked through Ms. Battles and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out.
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did the welfare check, I realized no one was in the home, so we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima Lima. Is this the inside of the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm going to turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that back patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And do you know what type of, either what that is? Does that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of this apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did? Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It's right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, little hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm going to actually go to a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes.
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
Yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes.
You can't go nowhere this way.
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet projectiles or debris in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. The all white flat shoe.
Come on.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm gonna move. Is that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recovered a shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. Do you see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mhm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. Excuse me, publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28 as depicted on 60 Lima Lima next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to Now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Jew Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
It was between 20 and 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial is crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close?
Close.
Or not close?
No, it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights?
When they was trying to
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell,
in that day.
which is the location.
I told the judge I have my evidence, so
Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club?
and there's a reimbursement.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
Because of what Gardner had
At that time,
I had a petition. So when I did
maybe a few hundred.
it out here at the district court. So then they try to get the attorney on it to say to throw it out. Because it wasn't
Now,
a thing. So I showed my
we'll
evidence
be coming up
that this is
momentarily, Officer.
violent.
So
The judge got on them and told them.
we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with you.
He said for a person that's pro se, you told them to surprise them and they did what y'all told them to do. And they didn't. He said that I'm gonna dismiss it and he's gonna send it where it's supposed to go and do it out prejudice. And he said they're gonna have to pay me for everything that I put my court costs and everything. But the lawyer said that he gonna write me up a judgment and they might see to go.
As long as you won, you get your money back.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my money back and to see if he might write me a judgment for to pay for the funeral.
That'd be good.
Yeah, there's no need to go through all that because y'all gonna give it to them if they look at the case and they're gonna see.
Because it's for them too, for them people who put it.
No, they only following the law. One of the restrictions is if it's dealing that somebody lose their life due to illegal activities, they can't reward you that. If it was
Officer Hill,
for illegal
do
activity,
you see
or it's like
a shell case
and
in
it costs it.
33
You call
next
them
to
that,
placard number 2?
you can,
Yes.
they can't.
And do you know what type of shell casings
That was caused by action of
were on scene?
another. So I have to prove to them that
Not at that moment I did.
another. But
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What
that's the
type
only
of,
reason why.
They were
Try
9mm
But
was there
it's for
any other type of shell casing that you found on scene?
people.
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
No drugs, no nothing.
casing was.
His phone, like the witness said, he was on his phone. And the guns that they found, it was outside the car, and the other boy dropped it.
Going back to four,
Left his gun at the scene.
placard number 4,
Gun.
which is 35 Lima Lima.
Left his gun on the.
Where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in
Eric.
relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some
He shot to
underneath vehicles,
With
or
the
some, were they
his car.
scattered throughout?
That's why
Yes, they're scattered out throughout the building.
Now, when you work,
And a gun, but
since you've been working in Zone 1,
they know this side.
at least in regards to night shift,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m.
Yes.
When do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Oh, you want real?
Anytime after 4.
Oh, here, you want it right here?
4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
Oh, that's what you said.
When you first come on, like around 10
You
to
put in the
12.
trunk, yeah, that other stuff.
And when you got to the scene,
Two for me, one for y'all.
roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
I'm a busy one.
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out?
Two for me. I mean, one for me, two for y'all.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima.
Hello,
Is there another shell casing
So when I
from
told you I
the
got
scene?
Yes.
because he didn't think I
I'm
hit
going to jump to
And the judge had called on me. I said, I thought you was asking me to respond, but he was asking on me. And he was about to tell me, yeah, it's the wrong thing. I said, he said, but what you was gonna say? I was like, here's my evidence right here, that this is what they told me.
43 Lima Lima.
And he was, but the judge took my.
In 43 Lima Lima, while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not? And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles or debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
But they ain't gonna know it's underneath them. Like you could give it to them as a snack or something. Special 7 so he can hear
I'm going to
because he
turn
can
back
all
to
up. No, don't let them know. That's a Special 7. Don't let them know. Yeah.
62 Lima Lima. Using 62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found
I got mine.
on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
To the on the right side of the
I'm
photograph?
sorry, yes, to the right side of the photo.
This is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific area?
They were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
hearsay.
All this for the five of them, we take that and put it up. Okay.
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before you. Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants that apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them in as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and that's where we take all evidence and property to.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, as soon as I do my initial report, it'll get assigned to an investigator, and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
All right, do any of the defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Okay,
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
anyone else? No questions. All right, officer, thank you for your time. You're excused. Are you ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
State calls senior analyst Courtney Daniels to the stand.
All right.
Raise your right hand. Swear to further testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Absolutely. State spell the first and last name for the court. Slide into the mic.
Courtney Daniels, Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of records, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're the custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content, any internet records that are available.
So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
And you also talked about you keep records with text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where the, which is the brain of the network. That's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay. And what is cell site information?
Cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account?
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill, you have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. You receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you'd like it to be listed as.
So someone could call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to
the reason for your testimony here. Did Verizon Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes,
Your Honor, permission to approach?
you may.
I'm going to show defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 469, 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
I see.
Delta. Tell me if you recognize 464 Yankee.
Yes. This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content. The cell phone records, call details, text message, content. Yes. This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record. This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers. Yes.
464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the contents that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising chorus conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Yeah, it's time over here.
464 Yankee Alpha. You can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you can just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that would be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the towers to tell it what to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asks for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site. So this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. The first serving cell face. So that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last, last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call. Where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this record? I'm sorry, what agency?
This was for the done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
It was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what we can scroll over? What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number that was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account.
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept? Sean Hall could be the person or it could be any name that they chose?
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I want to briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not going to go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published. We'll come back to that.
All right.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango. And publishing 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango Alpha. What are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Okay. And for this record, when was this request made?
This request was made February 11th, 2022.
And who made this request?
This was done by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And looking at 1 Tango Tango Alpha, what is contained in column A?
Column A is the target number that was provided by the requester to search.
And what is that target number?
That's 706-578-0999.
And when was the search requested?
The search was requested. Are you speaking about the time frame?
Yes.
The time frame of the search was from February 6, 2022 to February 11, 2022.
And looking at column D, what does MTN stand for?
That's the mobile phone number.
And is that the same number as the target number?
Correct.
All right. And moving to the left. When it says business name, please forward to reseller, what if anything does that?
That just means that this phone number, it's not a Verizon number, but it's one of our resellers that uses our towers for service.
And what reseller was this?
Track phone.
And when it says MTN effective date.
That's just telling us the start of the phone number when it was started.
And on this, does it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in 1 Tango Tango. I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay. And going from left to right, if you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. Where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. Oh, I just lost where I was. Oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first. If slide over to J, originate MIN is an internal identification. It's not something for other parties. Terminating MDN is the person who received that text message. So again, if I send you a text message, my number is going to be originating, your number is going to be terminating. And again, terminating MIN is an internal number, has nothing to do with anything outside of Verizon.
And what would be in the last column?
It would have the content of the message.
And the content column, does it have the content as it's texted on the phone or on the device?
Now that's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transpired through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like was texted.
Does Verizon Wireless ever manipulate what's contained within the content column?
No.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
All right.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to that 2015 request?
Yes.
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for this witness? Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit Number 1TT?
Sure,
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes,
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, but something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
in so many words.
Can you do me a favor? What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I ask, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just ask me, it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No, I
tell
understand.
you.
It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column?
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I was saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns.
Correct. They're all
Phone number,
accurate.
duration.
They're all accurate.
Okay. It's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No. Shaking heads? No. Okay. Any redirect? All right.
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
It comes from what was sent through the network, through the switch.
Okay, so it's still information, just not like. Is it?
You may rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible it's not the entire text or parts of the text?
Sounds like it does.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Let me ask a better question. What do you mean by the fact that it would come in what you just said?
What I mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is transpired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Jill. Okay. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness. Okay. All right. Well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break. Sure. Yes, and if y'all are finished with that easily, y'all can go ahead and take it down. Yes.
I also have a brief evidentiary matter that I'd like to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. You want us to do that first? Or? Okay. Yeah, I think a couple of the jurors are gonna come grab their things that they might have left out here, and I'm gonna excuse them for the day. So let's let them do that, and then we'll take the recess, and then we'll reconvene. Thank y'all. Didn't know that when I sent y'all out for the break. Thanks. All right, let's take a 10-minute or so recess and then reconvene. I've got these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it, but some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the thin
And
down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, you know, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start with whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he wasn't.
He won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did not
Oh.
plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay.
indictment.
All right, great, then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes,
I may have misunderstood Ms. Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications, I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that,
saying
or did I mishear you?
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mr. Shart, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen. The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. That one added column is.
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
And so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D, and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M.
M.
So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
All right.
added those.
Let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that, because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we published this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D&M?
Other than D&M. So
So y'all are going to withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over 2 columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document and replace it with the right one. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen
cell site, yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's try to be a little bit more careful, please.
And we will, Your Honor.
Anything else on that?
I mean, and not that this is right, we do expect the evidence to come out that these are domestic
Okay.
records, but we will make sure it is the right records.
Okay, and actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great, but that just reminded me, we've had two sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom reviewed 127 pictures on the stand. They actually did that pretty fast, but is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to when we're talking about, the actual people that took the photos who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection, and this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you reviewed them outside everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos, they had actually initialed every one of, like, they had reviewed.
Right,
all
but
of
when
them.
when they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just now reviewed these outside, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're gonna do it again. But
Oh, I
anybody
got
have
it.
a problem with us, maybe like cutting out a minute or two here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, from now on, and maybe it'll save us a day or something. I don't know. Okay. All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Ms. B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it, because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Ms. Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And the only other thing, just for, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that she, one second, let me confirm something real quick. Your Honor, we can evaluate that
Okay.
and
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses, there may be
Okay.
a need to bring in.
Oh, yes, right, thank you. Okay, so, yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to,
Miss, to Miss
Not
Bees,
Bell?
no, Miss,
Okay.
it was Officer Hill.
Was it Officer Hill? I don't think so. I think it was before that. Oh, yes. Who the neighbor was. Who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections, and I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. And now the state needs to bring in one or two or three more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you gonna make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand? So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing right there. We had provided a list that had that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if there are certain objections, there are just certain that are sustained.
So, yeah, maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to X, Y, Z. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're gonna make the objection, that's fine, y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know, thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if we want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now or
I
later.
don't know. I think, were y'all going to get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And you're not ready on
No,
that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right,
Okay, and do we know when they're going to be, this week, a month from now?
I checked with my partner,
Is
not
that
the
where in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our.
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said hurt their back?
There were 2, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back.
Thorpe.
And obviously the other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
Right. Yeah, so, right. So there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
They may get moved.
Okay.
We also want, as we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay, so I guess maybe just let us know first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes,
Okay.
we can do that.
All right, and with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was gonna give me something, are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief, we have to file the brief, but we have the brief written, yes.
Okay.
And and I think that we are. I'm recounting everything. We're going to work on these. We are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
working
paring
on
that down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that, like what is in and what's out for those, just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Because of that need to rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in, but it is likely that we will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because
so yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and
assume,
we're
do you know which kind of set of acts you're going to go to?
They're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
can you let them know by 8 o'clock tonight?
Yes, as
if
long
it's
as we
not
can.
the people you put in before, who you think it is going to be.
Yes, and, yes, we need to
Okay.
find out, we really need to find out one status, one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses. Appreciate that. Okay. So are there other matters that we can deal with?
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and
right.
to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and deal with potential evidentiary issues. Right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably the one that's going to be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon, though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to deal with some evidentiary issues. Okay?
I'll say the, and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele filed after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need the opportunity to look through.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
filing, and we can work.
Okay. You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay. Anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay.
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
Right.
The last witness said that column in 1TT, she could not verify its accuracy. And she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple of cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just want to give you, I don't want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases. That will be an objection. And that was preserved, I know, by, we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
whether everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything, it would, that objection, there wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it for, although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth. Is that right?
And you blacked out. This honorable court ordered it blacked out. So there's no, I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text message.
All right, and do y'all want to respond right now or at all? Or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document. The document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column. But it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes, and when I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the records, what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
Is what Verizon
is
has.
what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding, she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She was, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about, does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Miss Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was on
Right.
direct.
And then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon that comes from the switch/network essentially. So
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
yes.
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
No, I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to essentially the kind of thing I understood it to be not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that witness.
I mean, apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
Well, I don't, no, I did not. I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. Yes. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation for this for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor, I believe that argument would go to weight and admissibility. She said that these are the records that Verizon gets. These are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not the defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records. And it was probably authenticated because there was no authentication objection
Oh, yeah, yeah,
at the time in which the records were tendered in.
At McDonald's? Yeah.
And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe since 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are authenticated.
I really do think that if there was going to be an authentication objection to that column, even that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, you know, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
I'll look at a waiver issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, you know, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench, and then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out, and now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived, because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion.
And they may not be able to. I'm just saying, you know, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
Well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect, and I don't believe that that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But I can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Yeah, I believe she did. I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record, from the switch. So this is.
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
You're right. I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return. But again, she confirmed that the records that are inserted are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon wireless custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, but I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no,
right?
Because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If
Right.
there's a challenge to the content,
I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then it's essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I think that that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
Well,
and I mean, if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else today? No. All right. Okay. So we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, please continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All right, I'll see y'all then.
Did the court give you till in the morning that you wanted these?
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first thing in the morning, I mean 8:45.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Kevin Collins.
And Mr. Collins, where do you work?
I work Rankin County Sheriff's Department dispatch.
All right. And you say dispatch. Explain to us just a little bit about what dispatch is and what you do as part of your job responsibilities.
Basically, we take all the incoming calls from the county and the community, even some from the cities for emergency situations, and we dispatch proper personnel, whether it be medical, fire, law enforcement.
And how long have you worked for Rankin County Sheriff's Office in that role?
I started in the Sheriff's Department February 7th, 2022.
Okay. And before February of 2022, did you have any experience working in that role in any other, for any other departments or agencies?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
I started with Hinds County Sheriff's Department in June of 2007. I worked 2 years at the city of Flowood, and then I worked Yazoo County E911, a couple years at Mendenhall Police Department, and then the last 6 years before I came to Rankin County, I was a supervisor at the city of Florence.
And you talked about some of your job duties and responsibilities. As part of your responsibilities and duties, do you dispatch fire services?
Yes, we do fire services.
Do you dispatch police?
Yes.
EMTs?
That is done through Pafford.
Okay. Who contacts Pafford in the event that EMTs are needed?
We transfer the caller. In the perfect situation, we transfer the caller to Pafford so they can ask the proper questions.
Okay. And I understand that over the years, maybe some of the training requirements have changed, but whenever you became a dispatcher, what were the training requirements in order to become a dispatcher?
Within the first year, you had to go through a 40-hour basic certification class plus a 8-hour ride-along with each department that you dispatch, whether it be fire, law enforcement, medical. Every continuous year, you have to do 48 hours in 6 different subjects for every 3 years to recertify.
So did you do those initial requirements back whenever you started?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you ride along with those different agencies that you dispatched?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you kept up your continuing education hours throughout the years?
Yes, sir, I have.
And who are you certified through? Who keeps up with that?
Board of Standards and Training through the state of Mississippi.
Okay. And you said you worked at Rankin County since February of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you guys work in shifts or how does your schedule work?
We